It's our 7th day of streaming, and we're currently completing piece number 5, which, if you're doing the math at home, puts us still that 1 day behind. I don't know what to say. It's the, mental struggle, right? Of trying to do things the way that I want them and tell my story and have the quality what I want, but also understand that I'm trying to do something every day. So we're getting there. But today, I think I laid out the plan yesterday, and I'm still sticking to that. I have the next 3 kind of figured out, but they're also very related. And in fact, even today, kind of the next one, so the one that would be for tomorrow, is really relying on this piece as well. So it all kind of connects. So, I make this commitment. It's just, they're going to come out here soon, and, the 3 of them. Hopefully I'll have something later on this afternoon that I can put up. But then, I sort of don't want to cut corners on kind of keeping them all together. So we're going to just work today. Obviously, if you, like, as always, if you have questions, you want to know what I'm working on, you want to know the bigger picture of the project, you have a question about, something like how to do something, or you have an idea, suggestion. Last night, I really appreciate Summer Primes and Adam West-ish. They were both on the stream, and it's tough sometimes with the streams because people make suggestions or tell you to try this, and it's very frustrating when you're in a kind of a technically tough place trying to solve a problem. But those 2 guys in particular were awesome. They had great ideas, suggestions, were just contributing and hanging out, and made me feel a lot better during the stream. So I really do appreciate people that do that in particular. So thank you, Ian. Thank you, Adam. You guys are awesome. So yeah, just follow along, ask questions. Let me get this moved over a little bit. We changed our orientation yesterday to put my chat on the left side so I can get notifications. So let me just line this up. I think that should be it. I'm going to close this. Let me get the restream chat up so I can see when you guys chat with me. Trying to look a little bit more to the left. It's just easier for the camera, and you guys can see me as opposed to the side of my face. But there we go. Welcome, everyone. If you have questions or suggestions, just feel free to drop them in the chat. And then I can't comment on Kick, which is a little annoying, or Twitter. But it is what it is. Okay, so where were we yesterday? We're modeling the final product. Again, for those that are kind of aware of what I'm doing, this is called the Soul Vault. It is an invention of my own doing. It is meant to be a time capsule, a bit of a product based on actual real science and potential, but not. I'm not probably going to make these things. Let's just put it that way. And I'm not a product designer. Obviously don't, have a background in that. So, I'm trying to be as particular as possible, because ultimately this thing is a very critical part of the story that I'm trying to tell. And I'm pretty excited about it, but I also kind of understand that, there could be some practical things about this that are not, that may not exactly make sense. But let me just lay this out for you guys. I'm just going to take a screenshot. And I learned this the other day, which is this local collection thing, so we can actually get rid of the studio, which makes this like a little bit easier. So I'm just going to take a screenshot just to put this out on Twitter. Elon is promoting this Grok AI. It's crazy. I've had Twitter Blue before Twitter Premium even existed. Like when Twitter Blue launched, I have it. And then that converted, I think, to Premium. And now there's Premium Plus. No idea what that is. But apparently that's what is getting people access to Grok, which is wild to me. So I don't know. I'm curious about it, but not that curious. I mean, I'm sure that the access to Twitter is cool, but I think what's more interesting is like self-trained models and like having memory about, you know, what you give it information. I don't know. We're going to get more into some AI stuff in these streams, but right now I do use it. If you've seen before, I've generated a ton of different like assets, like these, you know, reference photos, like this one here we're working on now is a reference image, concept art, generated symbols, generated spec sheets, came up with dimensions, ran math on weights of these products, including like the weight of the base and the weight of the top. You know, I've been using it all the way through. I don't really use it per se in terms of the art itself. It's pretty loose just because I don't know. I have my own opinion. I mean, I love people that are pushing the boundary, but there's definitely, you have to be careful because, you know, I could put that up and mint that. Like someone who's not paying attention be like, wow, it's really cool. But it's, you know, it literally took me 6 minutes, well, 6 seconds to build versus, you know, something like this is, I can put this in any scene. I can, you know, there's a lot more flexibility with this. And people will see that are collecting this, will see the benefit. You know, there's going to be some really cool little perks that are going to come with this collection as we go. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to shut up. So this is the product. Excuse me. So this is the current render view. There's a bunch of components to this. So if this is the outer shell, which you've seen in the previous work, if you lift that outer shell, this is the inner shell. And in the inner shell, there's nothing in it right now, but there's going to be a little holographic projector that's going to project a DNA strand. If you take a look down here, there is a core, which is, you know, part of the actual power unit, which we're going to, you know, we're going to close this up and fix it up. But basically that's sitting at the base. And then up top, this is the latest thing. There's a lid, which is going to twist so you can rotate it to open it up. There's lights on here indicating the battery as well as the lock status, and then a button on the top to indicate whether it's unlocked or locked. There's the see-through holograms, which will show what's inside the metal container, but also tells the story of humanity. So somebody who picks this up will be able to at least, you know, have some chance of understanding why this device exists. And then this is the current thing I'm working on right now. So if I lift up the lid, now the way it'll open is like this. So this whole thing will open up, and you can see at the top, there's going to be this little device, and I have to sort of fix up the modeling. But if you look at it here, let's just hide this because this is not, no, this is part of it, sorry. This device here is kind of the control unit. It's a decoder. So if we open this up, we need to put this piece onto this. There we go. So if we open this up, where's those spheres onto this? There we go. So this is like a little control unit. So it's going to actually, we can kind of do this right now. If I go to tool and change the origin and bring the origin, of this. Nope. Okay, let's try this again. Affect only the origin. I do not know why that would happen. It's probably hold P. I think it's probably just this. It's probably the fact that when I change this origin, it affects the placement of the other parts. So what we do here is we make the pivot point of this object here. I think you can kind of see it. We're going to make the pivot point the top corner like this. And in fact, it's probably better to bring it up and a little bit over. So what's going to happen now, turn this off, bring the sphere here and this here. So they're all together. So what should happen now, if you think of this as like this separate device, if I rotate this on the Y, it's going to pop up. So the kind of idea that I'm thinking is almost like when it animates, it'll almost go up a bit and rotate. Maybe not. Maybe just rotate. Yeah, I'll get the pivot point, right? I mean, there's a little gap there. But you know, if you've ever like seen those old iPod docks, like there'd be a little button, like an eject button. And then when you press it, it will pop up like this. And then it's still plugged in here, and then you'd pop it out, and then you would use it. Now this is what would be used to decode whatever is displayed inside of inside of here. And what's going to be in here for starters, which shout out to Ian, Sum of Primes. There's a really great suggestion on this. We went down a rabbit hole last night around like some concepts for this thing. And, you know, we talked about maybe this thing being able to, 3D print life and I mean, so much of crazy stuff, but I want to keep it simple. But the idea here is that this thing will have a holographic projection of a DNA strand. It's going to use synthetic DNA, which is like a technology that is not necessarily feasible yet, but there is actually some research on it. I was looking at some YouTube videos of people showing how they would print large amounts of data into the format of a DNA strand. So it's like synthetic DNA, and it gets over my head, but it actually uses the same technology that they use to make CMOS sensors for cameras, which is super cool. So it'll display this DNA, which is kind of representing the single person who this device is connected to or paired with. Excuse me. So the device stores both all of the memories, DNA, and everything that it means to be human, a single human, and as well as all of the net knowledge of humanity, all the data, all the knowledge, all the learning. And the idea being, at least my idea, is that if you were to just have like a Wikipedia of everything that humans ever knew, I still don't think it really helps you understand what it's like to be a human. And I think it's the human perspective. It's our own journey, our own bias, our own understanding of the world that actually makes up humanity. So the idea being, if you could reuse this to recreate a single person, you would better understand humans than you would if you could, understand everything that has ever happened in society. So we're going to merge those. And obviously you could store, hundreds of these in a warehouse and, recreate an entire company or people or groups or whatever you want to do. So that's kind of the idea. So this little holographic thing is going to display the DNA, and that's part of what we're working on today and tomorrow. But it also can display, spoiler alert, it also can display anything. So I have some really cool ideas around some of the future stuff I'll be doing in the next, probably week. I'm going to be focused a little bit more on my own personal memories and things that like I remember from my childhood and places I've been, and I'll start to recreate those. And I have an idea to kind of project those things in this similar holographic style inside of this device, which I think will be a really, really cool concept. So yeah, this is it. This is the device. So let's bring that back actually. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so right here. So now everything's paired, and then we can bring this down. And there's some interesting stuff. I have to research a little bit, but basically I think it's these shape keys or something I could do to kind of set positions of this. But we're going to animate this. And so the goal is they're going to make a little product promo video, which I think is going to take me a couple hours of work after I finish the product, but I got to kind of get the product first. So if you just kind of bear with me as we do that, then we'll get into the actual animation. One thing I want to fix here, give me 1 second, bring this over. And those are kind of new to my stream. I do talk through this. One, I do think it is helpful for me to organize my thoughts, but also I think it's a little bit nice for people to at least hear what I'm working on as opposed to just sitting here working in silence. So this is a geometry thing. I want to kind of fix one little piece. So if we were to hide this outside shell and go to the inside shell, I want to separate this because if you kind of look at this concept, I think the top part is going to be the control unit. So basically from here up, so I want to kind of grab probably to here. I think that will do it. Yeah. And I want to separate it. Or maybe we should drop. I have a bit of a different idea. I think this might be better. So give me a second. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I'm going to try it. So this is a universal decode. What is it? UDRS. I named it last night. Universal Data Recording System, something like that. What I need, I think these need to go away. The shell is fine. The lid is, where's the lid? Oh yeah, the lid is fine. The base is fine. Empty is fine. The cube, I think is, yeah. So this thing is, this is the UDRS Boolean. So this is just setting the actual dimensions of this thing, the little base that it's in, and then this though is the whole piece that would make up this inner. So this thing is a Solvault inner shell, right? So that's the inner shell. I'm trying to get these things like a little bit better organized as we go. Inner shell, outer shell. These are decals. These are decals. This is the RTG. So let me just get these in here. So these are all the decals that we've used to kind of add some texture. I'm just going to move them all into here. These are also decals. So they all kind of have empties. So this is the decal stuff. These cores, let me just go new collection, archive, because base, shell, lid, outer shell. Let's get the lid down here. So the lid just pops over top of that, like there. Probably down a little bit. This is the RTG. That's the power unit. This, I think these are just extra. Yeah, I think these are just extra pieces because I was doing a bunch of array stuff. So let's bring these to archive. And then this is the Boolean. Okay, cool. So I think this gives it a little bit better. And then this is still the packaging, which we put on, which we probably have to move a little bit. And then this is the studio. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to hide the outer shell and hide the lid. And this, I want to separate this unit off. So the idea being that this is essentially like where the CPU is. But I had an idea, which was instead of like making this the outer shell and then dropping in a separate control unit. So let me just show you what I was thinking here. So first of all, I would take these two loops and I would scale them out so that there's less of a, okay. And then let's get rid of the Boolean for a second. Well, we can just get rid of, Okay, I don't think we need it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to extrude this down to about here. So this is kind of all part of this shell, outer part. It kind of fits everything. So you kind of have the shell there. And then inside of this, there would be, oh, it's really, why is the lighting? Turn on cavity. It's like an optical illusion, right? I don't know if that helps. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll take this. Okay, so what we do is we duplicate this, move it up, and then we separate it. And this is how I try to keep it all kind of fitting. So now this is a new object, which we can extrude up and we can extrude in. So the reason why I do that is because now we have a separate object, right? So now that can come out. And I think that's going to help for a couple things. One, this is going to be the CPU. Okay, so this is the actual CPU. So inside of this is where all the electronics and stuff would be, which I don't think we're going to show, but we can, you know, kind of spice it up and stuff to do it. I might look at old. Do you remember the trash can Mac? That's what I should look at. I should look at references to the trash can Mac because I feel like that would be cool to kind of mimic. Okay, so then what we have is now a little bit of a simpler object. And what I can do then is take, this is the Soul Vault. Let's call this thing the decoder. It's Universal Data Retrieval System. Actually, yeah. Universal Data Retrieval System is what it is. Okay, so if we get rid of it, now we have the Boolean. So this is still the thing that's causing, and what we do is we're going to add Boolean modifier, pick this, and hide it. It's really weird. I feel like I'm missing something. Why? I just don't understand. Oh, there we go. Weird. Yeah, so this is good. It's just the geometry on the outside that I got to figure out. I think this is going to cause an issue. I should saved. Okay, let's save this. Call this 1.2. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I got to figure out, first of all, like what happens to the geometry. So let's get rid of the subdivision and let's apply this. So it's just the top. And then what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to take a quick break, use the washroom, get more coffee, and then, well, I got to install Quad Remesher, which is a remeshing tool, and it requires activation with a key. And then once I have that done, I can remesh this and see if I can fix the geometry, and then it should all work. So give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I gotta say, more than any tool I think I've ever bought in my life, quad remesher is the best thing I think I've ever purchased as a tool for 3D, because I've gone through this on streams before from previous streams. Like, I'm learning topology, I'm getting better at it. I'm not modeling is not kind of what I was doing before, but when you're doing something like this, you could spend hours trying to get the modeling, the topology right, on something like this. And I've spent a lot of time on it before. And so let me just show you an example, right? So this is the topology of this thing. So you can see that everything looks really good in here, but on the outside, it's sort of a mess. And again, I'm sure there's a way to do this, but what's really cool about this thing is you can, pick a mount, and it will usually adapt it, and you can run that remesh. And now you've got something that looks very similar, but look what it did, right? It didn't get it perfect, but it got pretty good. Few triangles, but hard edges, did a bunch of stuff, which is really nice, and it looks good. So what I usually do is try this a couple times at different settings. So I try it usually at I can try it at 0. So what that does is all of them have to be the same, which is where you get usually some kind of weird geometry, but you can pick. So if I picked 5,000, it's a little better, but you still get kind of some weird stuff in here because you're not giving it a chance to change the size of the quads. So usually if you get 50%, which is default, now it starts to make the quads smaller, and usually it looks a little better, although there's some kind of weirdness to it here. And then let's try at 100. So now it has full ability. Now this actually worked way better. I don't know what happened this time, but notice that it pretty much nailed it. There's really everything's a quad all the way through. And quads, just from a modeling standpoint, make everything like much easier and cleaner as you go. So now if I use this one, I should be able to add a subdivision modifier. Hopefully it looks okay. That's not too bad. Might be some kind of a few weird things, but that looks pretty good. So you have like the ability, right, to go from this to this, adds a bit bevel, makes everything a bit more smooth. And you have, the ability to do a lot with this. So this is really good. Now, if we take this and put it back here, we take the original, which is the CPU, put it to the archive, pre-quad, just usually call it something like that. And then now, we just keep this one as the original Solvault CPU. And we've got seams and edges and a bunch of cool stuff. And I think it also does a really good unwrapping. So this is a really cool tool. So now if I bring back this thing, you can see it sits nicely in here. However, I really messed this thing up, so I think I'm going to probably just redo it. So let me get rid of it, because now that we have some really nice geometry, this should be a lot easier to do. So let's go take a peek at the Boolean. So you can see the Boolean, right, is fitting nicely in here. So the best thing to do is you duplicate the Boolean, hide this one, scale this down. So now it's sort of, you just kind of have it fit right on the edge, and then scale it down this way. And you can check on the side with X-ray mode, right, to have it sit probably something like this, just below the surface. Yep. And now you've got kind of a perfectly shaped deal. I might, we'll see. I was thinking if I quad remesh this or how I want to do this, because this is where I was running into issues before. Let me think through this. So here, let me show you. I'll bring up Pixelmator so I can kind of show you what this is inspired by. PureRef, sorry. So this part's solid. The CPU is good. We could do some fun stuff with this. This little device is supposed to look like this guy. So I've been thinking the way that I want to do it, this is Midjourney. So I really liked this kind of style. You know, this is the inspiration. So just something that's really simple. It's got some kind of lines around it. This is sort of like the charging port, which I'm going to kind of imagine as like a magnetic, or, you know, so it's like going to be wireless, but it's still just disconnects to like an opposite side like this. And then I liked this sort of I like this kind of inner shell part, but I like this style. And I've been thinking about some type of like decoding sequence, because this is a decoder. So something that sort of is a sequence that like instead of it being, you know, you got to imagine someone picks this up that doesn't understand, like binary would make much more sense to somebody than, you know, something else. So I feel like something like this in the middle. And then I like this little plastic piece over top of it. I don't know, I found that to be kind of cool. So I was thinking maybe this is kind of a nice version, because actually this is probably the best one. So I think really will mimic this kind of style of a look, maybe in between, you know, this and this. And then actually, yeah, I think this one's more it. I like the camera. I like this as kind of like a test tube. I like this. I just think there's a bit more detail. So yeah, some combination of A and B is what I really probably want. So let's just kind of isolate ourselves down. And what we can do really easily is just grab, probably the easiest way is just to grab a screenshot of this. And then we should be able to image open, and I don't remember where my screenshots go, to be honest. I think it's here. Yeah, there it is. So now you guys can't see it, but there's at least the little reference. Okay, so we just have to get this thing into something. So there's interesting things of this. That's actually kind of cool. Just trying to get the right thickness of this, because it's very hard to fix this after. So say something like that. And then we can add, you know, kind of add 2 loop cuts and scale them out until we kind of have a shape that we want, which I think is probably something like that. It's pretty good. And then I like this test tube. So what I think I would have is, so we don't have a lot of space, right? So we have to be careful not to go, and we can always make this thing a little bit, lower and drop the bottom. So I actually think that we should do add mesh cylinder, and we should make this thing 64.001, 0.0005, 0.01, 0.05, 03, just to kind of start it. Cool. Bring this thing up. Let's put this in here. Attach it to this. Solvault RTG test tube. And then, yeah, so now what we can do is with this thing is rotate it, kind of bring it up. And I'd say something like this. And then we can just adjust it until we got something that I want it to kind of go in to the bottom, see, and come out the top. Like right like that. Yeah, I like that. So it kind of comes out here, right? And then it comes up here. And the idea I think of this thing is going to be like that you can put samples in it. So you could drop anything in. And then we'll do like a sample. I don't know. We'll figure it all out. Okay, so let's go with this. And then what I'll do is we'll grab the top and we'll turn on this. We'll just sort of grab the top of this. Should be careful. So local Z. And then what you can do is we'll go extrude. Okay, extrude. This is the cap. Extrude. You won't see the difference, but there's just it'll matter in a second. And then we don't really need to worry about the bottom, but just to kind of see if we add subdivision on this now. I'll change this to 2. We got to do the same thing at the bottom. ZZ. There we go. So we got a kind of a tapered part at the bottom. I think that's probably fine. Okay, and then we want another glass part. So we can do it this. Okay, so this kind of makes a bit more of the shape. So see how we do this. And then I think we can do one here, hopefully. Oh, that's actually okay. So it just adds a bit of shape. There's the geometry is a little bit weird, but and now what I want to do is I want to cover this with glass, which I think is probably better as a separate object. So what we can do is grab the bottom. let's just do it separate. So add a cube. Again, scale it way down. All right, so we just want a thin piece of glass. That's going to be just below the surface, like that. Okay. And then we wanted our little camera piece, I think. Which I kind of wish this was a little bit bigger now, but it's all good. So for this, what we can do is we can hide this. So this is URUS glass. And just bring this in to here. Okay, hide this, add another mesh. So this is a little bit helpful. I should have done this before. So we can just kind of pick a spot, let's say here. And we can add a mesh, add a cylinder. And again, it maintains this, which is nice. We'll go 0.1. And then for the depth in this one, probably 0.1, probably 0.01. You don't have to set it in here, but it's just kind of a habit. So with this one, what we want is it to be just below the glass. So we can bring back I don't actually know what that is, to be honest. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, get rid of this for a second. I think I have two of these things, to be honest. So I have to figure that out. Okay, so hide the glass. I think that's probably pretty close. Yeah, so we'll select cylinder. So this is the RUDRS camera. And we can bring it up here. Yeah, so just have it sitting just underneath is fine. And then the idea here being, if we isolate this, we just need like a really simple camera lens thing. We don't need it to be too complicated. So what we do is just grab this, inset this a tiny bit so it maintains edge. And then this will be the actual edge. Then this will be the inside. And then it goes all the way to here. And then, even though it really technically should be under glass here, maybe I should do it right. So inset to probably, well, Inset to here. Inset again. Inset again. Extrude down. Yeah, I think this will work. You'll see once I put in the proper thing. You'll just have this little texture color for a lens, and it doesn't have to go. Probably this is probably enough, right? So it's just sort of sitting just below, just below the surface onto this. Okay, so let's get this right. So this is our Boolean, which is, okay, so this is the actual, this is the UDR shell. And then the camera can go to here. This is the glass. This is the decoder. This is the test tube. I think this is this and this is old. So let's move this to archive. And this to archive. So I think it's all in here. CPU. Oh yeah, okay, so CPU, inner shell. Yeah, this makes sense. RTG. Okay. So if we select all this and isolate it and turn this on, yeah, this is basically it. And we should probably take this just for clarity and just bring it up. No. Yeah, so we don't want that. We may have to adjust this thing because we want it to be not sticking out, right? But we still want it to show. I kind of like the idea of it showing underneath the glass. So I think we're going to add some texture to this before we can really understand how this would work. So we'll just use mostly existing stuff that we have. So first, main texture, we'll do the steel. I think we have aluminum, titanium. So we have a bunch of titanium. So there's a titanium for now. For this one, we want this one to be crystal. This crystal is fine. So we'll do crystal underscore. Actually, I think this is going to be like more of a hard plastic. So hey Kujam, hopefully this is who I think it is. Oh man, where do I even start? New piece of art every day, different tools, different techniques, but it's all connecting to a bit of a story, and the story being, without kind of giving it all away, just a little bit of a story of like how to preserve humanity. So like all of the memories that we have as humans, everything that we know, our DNA, all of that, combined with like the knowledge of, all of the Wikipedia knowledge of all humans, how would you preserve that? So somebody in the future, another civilization, if something happens, we blow ourselves up, there's a meteor or something that could be recovered and recreated. So I've been kind of telling a story through a series of pieces, and this one is part of a couple series where I've been making essentially like a device. The device it's got the name, it's called a Soul Vault. but basically it's this. So it's like, think of it as like a time capsule. And, oh yeah, okay. So just ignore the fact that it's sticking out. Just have to adjust the height and stuff of this thing. Oh, sorry, I know why. It's where's that Boolean? There we go. Yeah, so basically this is the device. It has a locking mechanism, button to open it up. The top will twist. There'll be some lights on here, which are for some reason off, but indicating the lock and the battery. It's got all of the icons of kind of the human history from, our planet's alignment with the sun and our moon, to the invention or the creation of life, to evolution, to the invention of discovering fire, farming, exploring or understanding space, microchips, exploring space, AI, and then all the possible destruction that we could have as humans. So this kind of like tell Earth's story, and then the bottom part is made of tungsten, so it's super heavy. The top is titanium. So the idea is like, remember those old Weebles? Actually, Kurum, if this is who I think it is, if it's Kurum, I feel like we bought these together at Canon. Maybe I'm making that up. Do you remember those coffee mugs you couldn't knock over? Like you just like hit it and it would just like stay up. That's the idea. So this thing would always stay upright. So the bottom is heavy and the top is light. And then if you bring up the shell, inside there's this. And this is a power unit, which runs off essentially like radiation. There's a little hologram creator here. And then inside this glass will be whatever I want to put. So I'm going to project like a little thing of synthetic DNA. And then up here is kind of the control unit. So if you bring up the lid, underneath the lid is a CPU, which I'm modeling after those old, do you remember those old trash can Macs? So I'm modeling it after that. And yeah, and then I'm putting this all together, and then once it's done, hopefully in the next couple hours, I'm going to animate a little product video as if it's a real product that you could buy. I do a little kind of a promo marketing thing, which I've been wanting to do. So that's what's going on, man. I'm just live streaming like 8 hours a day while I make this. It was an NFT project, Kurum, so people actually pre-bought. There's 20 people that pre-bought the entire series of 30 pieces. So those were like huge supporters that believed in me and just bought the whole thing. But each individual day when I mint something or create it, it's going to be available. I have to talk to some people. I want to make them all available through the whole month. But it's like each one will be $30 US to buy, or a 0.0169 ETH. And then the whole set was 0.35 ETH, which people could buy and have the whole collection. So yeah, man, it's my month of November. How are you doing, man? I won't dox you, but how is life? Is anything major change that you want to share? Or you can also send me a text or messenger. I don't want to ask you questions on a live stream about life. Man, I've also, as a side note, not to turn this into something else, but I've been busy. But I honestly, just so you know, I've been actually meaning to call you or to see if you want to do a call. I don't know. I wanted to kind of see your perspective on what's going on in the world right now, because I really respect your point of view with your background and how you look at the world. And you've always been like a very reasonable person when it came to like understanding religion and politics and everything going on. And I feel like you would give me a really balanced and clear perspective of what you think is happening in the world, because it's getting a little scary, man. I don't know how you feel about it, but we can have that conversation at some point. Okay, so anyway, I'm just kind of gotten into this. So yeah, so basically you can kind of see this is like the plastic part. So it kind of starts to make sense. We just have to kind of adjust the components. So I think probably this will go like this. So this is sort of our AI model, right? So we don't, yeah. So yeah, I don't know how I'm going to find time this month, but if we make it, maybe we can. So yeah, so Just bear with me here. Just trying to line it up so it doesn't... there we go. Something like that. So it kind of breaks through the plastic. All right, so there we go. So now let's change this one to... we've got some sapphire, so let's see. Okay, so now we can adjust this guy. And there's like different little things you can adjust on the, this is just different materials. So this is the Fresnel. So this is sort of like how that light reflects on the outside edges that are not direct versus looking straight down. And then the glass roughness. So this affects the roughness of the glass as well as the IOR. So we want to pick, I mean, I like to try to pick something that's realistic, but also looks good. And then these little guys, yeah, we do. We do. Just come on my live stream. Let's just chat. Let's make it all public. It's, yeah, we do. We absolutely do. I'm out in Kelowna right now, by the way. I assume you're still in Milton, or why did I do that? I didn't mean to dox you. Still in Ontario. You don't have to answer. I'm so bad at this. But yeah. Yeah, we'll chat. So I'm looking for something. I'm looking for spheres, and I don't know where the heck they were. Oh, it's these things. Okay. So we can bring these down like this. I like these way better. So what I think I want to do is I'm going to probably change these. Let me see. This might work. I was going to do little toruses, but I think this might be easier. So I just want to change these into like little, yeah. And then there are modifiers so we can make as many of these as we want. I kind of like the idea. I kind of keep them simple. And we can separate them, right? I think this is kind of cool as like some type of series of code that you would decode to get this. Okay, so there's our test tube part. I'm just going to bring this up to see. Yeah, so this makes sense. I just have to dial in these things because so this is the lid. So we can do is we can assign this. I don't think we actually have a material, so we're going to call this material plastic black, and then we sort of assign it kind of a dark color, and we want this to be probably like 0.8, and then you want to put a clear coat on it. I think that should do it. I don't know why that didn't assign. Okay, sorry, I just reset my Blender, so I'm still having a few little interface things. I need this to do, what is it? System input. never remember. Damn. There's like a button to switch to bring up a pie menu for different types of selections. And I need that because I've been using that forever. Okay, hold on. Blender pie menu for selections. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, I remember this. Pie. 3D viewport pie menu. So there's all these different cool little pie menu things, which I really love. So now if I hit A, I get a pie menu for all these. So I can invert, and then I can make sure this is set to sapphire, and then bring this back, hopefully. Yeah, something's wrong. It might be this. Yeah, there we go. So this is the whole subdivision modifiers. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so we're going to have to obviously figure this out on how to make this all fit. I think the next thing we'd want to do is under this glass, we'd want to make this whole inner part. Yeah, so everything in here, we'd want to make this like a metal dark color, I think, for this to work. So this is where it gets a little tricky. Turn off the decoder and the test tube. Oh, I realize I might have. Okay, so it's this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, this one, no, this one, this one, this one. And then here and here, 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 oh, here, 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 here. Oops. Nope. There, there. Okay, so now we go back to materials and we'll change this one. And what we'll do is we'll copy material, new, paste material. We'll call this material titanium black matte and assign it. And then what we can do is if we bring this back, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this material now and we're going to bring it darker. That's the first piece. And then we're going to make it, get rid of the anisotropic. We're going to change, where's roughness? Okay, so we're going to get rid of probably like that. Just as a side note, don't trust your coloring. I make this mistake all the time, and it really comes back to haunt you. So right now I'm using using a studio, but the point is like, oh no, it shouldn't. It just sometimes it's the light. Like if I go to the studio and I look at the light, right, and I look at this color. See, it's 6500, 4500, 85. I guess it's not. Maybe I'm just colorblind. Just notice this. This looks like very gold to me. And I can't quite figure out why. Right? Like it's so gold. I don't know what it is, to be honest. Okay, well, we'll figure that out after. I just, the coloring, it's hard to trust that. So let's go back to this and then this black matte. So it's going to be something like this. We'll keep it a bit of a blue tint. We don't need subsurface. We don't need any of this. We don't need that. We don't want clear coat or emission, no. Maybe we'll make this. Yeah, why is that? There we go. I must have done something with the showing the lighting. That's so weird. I don't know how I did that. Oh, because I turned off. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I turned off scene world. So when you do this, what happens is if you turn off so basically you're viewing this, right? Like as a preview. So I turned off scene world, which means that it ignores anything that's I have set up for lighting. So it was totally ignoring this. So if I turn this on, I go to scene world, then I can pick like whatever I want to be the background, versus when it's off, you pick a preview and you can, it just makes it like life a little easier because you can see. And I forgot that. So you could, you say, what does it look like outside? What does it look like here? What does it look like under the stars, right? So it was over here, one of these ones where, like this, where it's a very warm room. So it's reflecting all the light. So if we go back to studio, now you get kind of a better representation of what it actually looks like, which is, really something you have to be careful with because you can really quickly start to color something and then, overcompensate, right? So really what we want is like a nice plasticky color, probably like that. And then for this, I would say we probably want to be careful where this is being used, but I think we probably want a lighter titanium with, I like the blue tint. So something like this. And then I would, argue that, I don't know if we can get away with this. Yeah, that little extra dent, but really we want probably this outside. Let me just test something. So this, no. Yeah, let's change this to, yeah. Actually, it's this corner that is, oh no, it's fine. It's the way that this subdivision stuff works because look, see, if you look at this without any subdivision, you can see where the color. Like this is So what if I do that? Sorry, just a little trying here. So if I do this and then I turn on subdivision, yeah, that's what I want. Perfect, okay. So I just want to go and get this whole perimeter, and I want to assign this to the black matte color, and then back here and turn on the subdivision. There we go. I think that's what we want. And then I think what we want to do is find that glass, which is this one. And we probably want to bring that up a little bit. Yeah, so it's just flush with, so it's going to be just flush with the top of this. So just probably like right there. And then out. So it's covering, I could be wrong, but I think this is what will look good. So there's the glass is kind of inset. And now I think if we adjust the glass, you can see the glass is, yeah, the glass has got kind of a cool look to it. I don't know if that's coming from lighting, but now we can take a peek at the glass material. Well, this is plastic. And we can, you know, this is again the Fresnel, so you get that nice little, where you kind of see the edge, whereas if there's not, it would just reflect off. But you can get like a little bit edge, and then this is the roughness. Let me just go look at this properly. So this is the glass, and this is the principal PDF. Oh, it's got emission, that's why. That's interesting. Okay. So let's just see what happens when we put some stuff in it. So there's the decoder, and there's the test tube. So now you kind of can see the effect, right? So as you look at it like this, it reflects off. And as you look at it like this, you can see down. And then I like this because it's got kind of this green here and that. And these things we want to probably adjust. Let's say there's only 15 of them. And let's change this to 4, 5. What's like a binary, what's a binary sequence? How many? Let's do a little chat GPT. And I think it was like, oh, hey. Oh, look at this, guys. This is big. This is big. I was asking, I saw this announced like maybe a couple days ago, and I've been like dying for this. ChatGPT has been like combining. You had data, you had images, you had text, and you had to pick, and it really causes like a lack of continuity between your conversations. So now it looks like they just merged it. Yeah, so it's all merged together. Oh, this is great. So we're gonna have to. Do you know anything about my soul vault? I'm just gonna ask. I don't think it has memory across different. Okay, so I'm gonna have to kind of give it more information. Okay. Bear with me. So I want to give it a summary. Looks like you can't upload. Interesting. Can I upload an image? Because you used to be able to do that. Interesting. Because they killed that. Interesting. Okay. So what I'm just going to have to give it some information. Okay, we are working on an art project that's taking place over 30 days in November. There is a new piece being created every day. These pieces are available for sale for 0.169 ETH with a monthly pass available for all 30.0335 ETH. The theme is Projections of Reality, and each piece uses different tools and techniques to create a piece, to create something based on real world data. My specialty as an artist. The project is called CAFO. Go around and find it out. Okay, so called the based on Riley's artist. So I got to grab a couple things. I don't know if I can provide a summary of the art created already, but we are currently on number 5. In this piece, we are creating a time capsule that's based on specs you helped develop. It's a cylinder that's approximately 0.2 meters high, 2 meters in height, and 0.1 meters in diameter. It is made of synthetic titanium with a base of a tungsten alloy. The base is much heavier, allowing the device, which resembles coffee mug, to always stand upright. In the middle, there is a 360 window made of synthetic sapphire that shows the inside of the device, and has holographic, what are they called? Hieroglyphs that describe the rise and fall of humanity. Rise of humanity with several options for its possible demise. Inside there is a holographic projector that projects a synthetic DNA holding all of the memories, real DNA data, and anything else that represents a single human soul. There's also a database of all the knowledge of humanity, updated as new, updated, remote update. That's constantly updated. The device is weatherproof, shockproof, tamper-proof, shockproof, etc., and meant to last as long as possible. It runs off an RTG power unit, which should soft power enough to potentially be discovered. What else is in this thing? The future. It contains a small universal data UDRS, universal data retrieval system that is aimed to decode the data inside the device. Everything should be designed assuming that the humans or other species that discover it wouldn't know our language or, have the same physical characteristics. Okay, let's just put that in. So this is a summary of kind of everything it's told me. No. Just a summary for now. So what else does it need to know? The larger story is about preservation of what it means to be human. And, okay, I don't need to explain that. I have a larger story. What I need is there's a small in the DRS, and I want it to have some visual representation of binary that could be used to decode the data. Any ideas of a pattern or concept I could use? Let's see what it gets. So yeah, I just wanted to keep it up to date, but basically what I'm kind of asking is like, what should be here? What could we have that would make sense? Just for kind of authenticity. This is really interesting. How many rings would be required for this? Again, I'm trying not to go too crazy. But I'd like these rings to kind of represent something that kind of makes sense. And then, some version of these on and off. And then, okay, while we're here, let's get this camera and let's give this material. And it's probably, we could probably use tungsten. Getting into really tiny stuff right now. It's pretty cool how you can still get that. And then this, and we need to give this tungsten camera outer main and then we just make this much lighter, bring up the roughness maybe. Yeah, so we just kind of get this look. I don't know if we're going to need much more than that. Hide the lid, take a peek in here. Yeah, so far, this thing keeps coming back. I think I'm just going to delete it. Right, so a couple things. This can come up to probably just below the lid. And then I feel like this glass tube is, yeah, needs to be darker. And oh, right, we don't want this. We don't want any emission. Although it does look cool. I like that. We're going to have to figure out the something like this. I don't know why that's not. So it's weird. You had to like double check to make sure you didn't do like that. Doesn't need clear coat. In fact, it probably can be metallic, just like a dark metal. Okay. So we've got kind of the tube that's got a bit of a glow. This plastic needs to be fixed up a bit too. So again, this is probably a bit more of this. It needs an IOR. It's fine. I don't think we want emission on this one. Oh, this is it. 1.3. There we go. Looking a little better. We'll add some more texture and stuff and detail to this thing. Just want to get it right. Okay. I like it so far. I just have to add some stuff in here, some detail. I don't actually know yet what would be in here. Maybe because we're gonna have to, it'll be like there's like little things for detail at some point, but if you kind of go in the tube, you'll see, yeah, these things look cool, but then there'll be like it'll actually like intersect here where it shouldn't. So we'd have to figure that out. Okay, so I like this. I feel like we can go probably up a bit higher. Put the camera on. Test tube is good. And I think that you should be able to move this. Yep. Okay, so that should have, so we should be able to move this up. And actually, I don't see any reason why it can't sit up a bit. I don't think that's going to be a problem because we'll put the shell on it and we can even put a little indent in the top. Okay, and then this is the CPU, and we can put this to here. So now this is the CPU, right? So this is the whole, you know, well, obviously this is just a square, but we'll add a bunch of detail to this thing. But this is the CPU. This is the little control unit. Then this is, you know, all of that together. And this sits in the shell. And then on top of the shell is the lid. Kind of makes sense, right? So it all fits together. So what we're going to do is, by the way, like we're going to animate like an exploded view of this thing. So you're going to kind of see all the components and how they all fit together. Again, I've said before, probably spending a disproportionate amount of time on this, but I think this is going to be all the way through the entire story. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll take a 10-minute quick break, and then what I'm going to work on next is detail. So we did like a lot of time yesterday on decal machine, which was brand new for me. But if you kind of take the lid off and you kind of imagine this here, we need to add like a ton of detail to both we need to add a ton of detail to all of these objects. And we also need to make sure that they look right with subdivision, because this sort of like, this is how it'll render. So if you don't check the subdivision, you're going to find that there'll be, you know, all sorts of weird issues. And then the shell, the CPU should connect to the shell, and the base should so this is the outer shell. I'm trying to remember. This should come up. Yeah, okay. So the outer shell should come up, right? So this is going to go like this. And then that's how this device is going to look without the shell, right? So you have basically the shell, you know, it should be like this. So the shell should have a lid, and the lid should be on the shell. There we go. So basically, if you take the shell and you lift it, the whole thing is going to come off with the lid. And then inside of this thing, you have this piece that comes out. This CPU technically can come out, although it probably won't. Then this shell is here, and then we have to add the holographic projector, add a bunch of detail to this. And then inside of here, which is cool, is if you pull this out, then you have the core, which is the actual power unit for this thing. And that we added a ton of detail. You can see we added little vents. We put some screws on it all the way around, a couple symbols, a button. So this one is really well detailed. The rest of it needs some more detail. And also kind of need some type of like something for this to sit in is also something I would want to kind of add. So it's not just sort of sitting on top. Okay, right now it's kind of floating. And then, yeah, details on this. Everything just needs detail. So save. You saw that as I was about to save it. Yeah. So 8 rings would be 8 bits. Just looking at this. So I don't know. We figured that out. I think I lost something there, by the way. So I'm going to go back and try to figure out if my autosave is finally working. So yeah, give me 10 minutes, maybe actually give me 15 to kind of get everything organized. And then we'll keep working on this thing. So appreciate you guys. And I'll be back in 15. Okay, we're back. Good news. Autosave is now working again. Something with my install of Blender was a disaster. So yeah, let's bring everything back. I can't remember the exact height of this stuff though. I should fix that. So that kind of fits. Oh yeah, this goes. Okay, this goes right on top of this, which is cool, right there. And then this goes kind of like that. Okay. So what were we working on? This is no good. We don't need the shell. We got to fix the inner shell, the base. We can get rid of this for now. Get rid of the lid. Okay, so that leaves us with this guy. So I think let's do some decaling and some, just generally make this look a little better. So I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to start with the computer. So I'm going to say Mac. What is it called? What's the bigger Mac called? Power Mac? No. Mac Pro trash can. I just want to see what this thing look like. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to model this stupid thing. This is so perfect. This is so perfect. We'll make fun of this. People hated this thing. I like this. So we're just going to grab some inspiration. Or it had this kind of shell. It was like, I don't know, people got mad. It was because I think it wasn't really a Mac Pro, but it was a cool concept. I should try to find one of these things. They don't have the M1 chip. They don't have the M1 chips. But there's some stuff here that we can absolutely steal. Just like the patterns, like this kind of stuff, I think is all cool. It would be really fun to do can't keep obsessing over this. It'd just be cool to do a depth map for this stuff. Okay, so let's do one more thing. We're gonna go in Mid-Journey, and we're just gonna generate. So we're gonna say, imagine a modern, futuristic computer, similar in size and shape to the trash can Mac Pros from 2013. I don't know. I think it should have enough data on that. And while we're here, we'll do the same thing. Because now we've got, can you create a blueprint mock-up of let's see what this does. So this is interesting. It's weird, crazy how it put the logo right on. This is a cool design though. I like that. Kind of half between. Imagine a circular sill-shaped, what do we call this? Like CPU that could fit inside a, this CPU, modern CPU. Let's just see what it gets. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I think there's some similar patterns. You know, we just need, I think the inside of this is kind of cool. Looks good. Could you provide some more ideas, but make the device approximately 2 meters, no, sorry, 1.1 meters in diameter. And let's say, so if the diameter is 0.1, I'd say 0.01, maybe 0.0, maybe 0.02 meters in height. Now this is cool. This is kind of the idea, actually. I think this is really, this is kind of a cool. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Like, it'd be just wicked to get this. I'm going to try it. I've tried it before. It doesn't work very well, but it'd be cool to get a, the problem is, just thinking out loud. I was just thinking I could do like a mirror modifier and try to model it, but the problem is it really just, you're never going to get like an actual 3D model using the depth maps. I think we can do something like this. I like the colors too. Like, I really like this style. I kind of think this would be, I might just go right on this one. And then maybe I'll make a shell that looks like, what I'll do is maybe we'll do the shell kind of more like this. Like, I think this, but I like the vents. It's like actually like this. I think maybe let's do a shell like this. And then inside like this with this color. Yeah. Okay, so let me think about this. So let me grab, okay, let's see what else it came up with. Yeah, similar concepts. But remember, our like computer part is in the middle. Man, I just like, as a little rant, and part of the reason, like, I really feel, this project has been so much fun. And, we're just in this crazy age, like, as an artist, to be able to generate these ideas, and then like you have a vision, but you can't quite think about exactly how it would work or what it would look like. And then you can just start to generate, these ideas that you can then 3D model. Like, this in itself would be a wicked fun project just to make that, and how would you do it? And like the rings and the components, like this would be so much fun to do as a project. So just like as a 3D artist, we're just in this crazy place where, like, I wonder, just for example, because it's not there yet, but like, can you generate actual orthographic perspective shots of the right image that I could use for reference 3D models? Like, this is where Image or DALL-E and ChatGPT really gets cool, GPT, because I can kind of understand what you're asking and interpret it into like the prompt, which before you had to kind of go back and forth with Midjourney. It never really understood, but it's still not great. Like, I'm going to guess it's going to try, but it won't actually make blueprints for that object. It might, get close, but every time I've tried before, it kind of conceptualizes something different. It doesn't quite follow it. So let's take a peek. I mean, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, I wonder how you could, what is the view? What is orthographic? I think orthographic means like side, right? Oh no, orthographic is corner. That's why. What is it called? What is this called in Blender? Hey, the Lins, how you guys doing? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. How's the day going? How's life going? What brings you here today? It is orthographic, but it should be orthographic side view. Okay, hold on. Could you make these orthographic side view and top view, not 3/4 perspective? Either way, this is cool. I like this. So we're going to grab probably this one. We're going to bring this. We have that already. And then we'll grab, I think this one's cool. This is kind of simple. Copy image. It's crazy how it even tried. Like it kind of tried to do it, but it didn't quite get there. Man, it's just going to get so good, right? Like just imagine that. Like we're at that point where it's like, okay, like again, I've talked a little bit on this stream about like I'm not impressed yet with the 3D, like make that a 3D model. It's like you're never going to get something with detail yet. I think it's coming. It's just, maybe it's a year away or something. But if you could generate like a concept and be like, I love that. Make me, top view, side view, right? That's really what you need. Top view, side view, bottom view, maybe depending, but basically top view, side view, two sides and top. It's usually what you want. And you could generate that properly in that view. And it was able to generate like actual dimensions and stuff. I mean, it's like a modeler's dream. It can't quite get it. See, it's like trying, but it can't, like that's close. But still, I mean, you could put that into a modeling program and you could turn the perspective to match. And then you could model that pretty well. Okay, so let's like ours is obviously very thin, so it's not going to look exactly the same. I just need to grab a little. So NO. I wish I could get these side. Doesn't want to do it. No. Okay, that's fine. Export. Oh, I'll just grab a screenshot. So I just grab a little screenshot and then open it up over here. This is just for me to see. There we go. You guys can, you won't be able to see this properly. Oh, let me get a camera view. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we're going to model this thing here, and it's already kind of set up for us. We're just going to do it a little bit according to some of these ideas. So we could do, first of all, let's round this edge. So bevel. Actually, let's turn off the subdivision. Oh. Just a little bit rounder at the top. Curious. So just a little trick in Blender. So like normal is just which direction. So if you want to select like all the top, you hit normal, and then you could extrude this down, which kind of makes like this sit up a little bit, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if that's going to mess up everything. Yeah, it might. There's going to be some weirdness to this, I think. Like, there's just a little... some weird things that got kind of screwed up there, I think. Okay. Let's give it like a little bit more detail there. And then... Okay. So this might be, just looking at this from like a little bit further away. What do we want to do? We want to match. Yeah, but this not. Okay, I think we probably want to bring it down. Maybe like that would work. Okay. So then we can project. If that doesn't work, we can, no, scale. Okay, let's scale this. And then why that's not working. Okay, well, let's try this. All transforms. And then K, mesh tools, radial array. I'll sort of bring this in like that. So we have, we'll fix the sides in a second. Forget little things. So yeah, basically you want to do is just, I'm projecting this, it's like a decal just on the surface of this. You just gotta kind of adjust to keep it, to what you want in terms of size. And then I've got it snapped to the surface, so that's key. I kind of forget that sometimes. So it's like right on the surface, and then you can do project, and then that will make sure it's sort of like, if there's any curvature or anything, it's like right on. And then you can do adjust, and you can just check the height, although I don't like that. Okay, let's just try this. All right, so just kind of make sure it's right above the surface. Interesting. it's just the size. Okay, so like from that angle, which is probably what we look at it at, it looks pretty good. And then we just apply the transforms, and then we can use this tool called Hard Ops to do this array. We kind of decide. Yeah, and then it's kind of weird, but I don't know, for some reason I can't. Whenever I do this, it's consistently just sort of clips. So usually I just kind of go origin to geometry. Oh, and I change this because it locks, and I usually just scale it up until it feels like it's, but then that's interesting. The origin of this is dead center. Looks good. Oh, maybe that's why. It's like it just sort of so weird. Scales applied. I mean, the dimensions are really small. What am I missing? Sorry, this is how I work. It's very annoying. I just kind of randomly see things, and I'm like, if I don't fix this, I will forget. So it might have to do with the subdivision, to be honest. So what I'm doing here, because of this, honestly. So a subdivision, when you add these little loop cuts, they're called like support loops. It's what keeps the shape. So if you want this to be like very rounded, you would get rid of these support loops. But the more support loops it has, the less it can apply the rounding, which is what the subdivision is doing. Okay, let's try this one more time. So we want to put a decal, right? We put a decal on. We turn on snapping. We can scale it to what we want, but the best way is to go into adjust and rotate it. Okay, so there it is. Pick the scale we want, move it up and down, but remember it's snapped. So kind of be like, all right, this looks good. And if you look at it, it's right on. It's pretty much perfect as of right now. I mean, we're really zoomed in. Okay, so if I take off the snapping, I adjust it, and I project it. That probably is a little bit better. I don't know if it's a huge difference, but it looks good. Okay, so, the height. So now, de-adjust height. But the height is so small because this object is so... Okay, let's try this. I mean, there is a gap, but I don't think we're going to notice it. Okay, so now, apply the transforms. Let's apply rotation and location, but not the scale. Okay, and then radial array, and then drop it. There we go. Oh, see, it's so close, but it just clips over there. And then I'm just going to see if I can get it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Where was this thing? Oh, maybe we can do this. So What I love about these decals is how they match the, and I gotta fix there's something. Okay, hold on. Okay, so, okay. Mesh tools, radial array. Again, it's the same issue. Don't know what that is. That's pretty good. Okay. Again, just trying to kind of make something that looks like a shell for this, and then I kind of want to do this, full blown thing, but I just feel like it's going to be a lot, and I don't have any cool. I wish I had some like cool little microchip details and stuff. So maybe I'll just do the shell. And then this device, let's go back for a second. This device. Okay, so this device needs a little bit of work. By the way, that's what that looks like with proper lighting. I think these things might be a little too much, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so this little guy, so all I'm doing is just adding just a bit of detail. It just creates like a little bit of a lip there. Same thing. A little gap. Oh. Gap on the side. Gap over here. A little bit of gap there. I have not been able to figure this out yet. Because I feel like that's going to cause all sorts of issues. I always get the same. Interesting. So I think if maybe you subdivide these, all of these, and then select this edge. I don't know if it's going to totally mess up the geometry, but it at least you can control that, which is kind of nice. And then, you know, we could do the same here. You can get rid of this. Did it do it all the way? Yeah, it did. Okay. So so let's try this. So we want to subdivide all this. Cool. And now, can we grab this and scale it out on the Y? And then turn this on. That works. Not perfect, but it gives kind of like a little bit of a, you know, Here, I can mess with this. We'll make that part glow. And then let's see what else we've got. I like the idea of putting some of these things. I don't know why those are not showing up. Now, it's hard to get a feel for the size of this thing. I think it's going to look better if these screws are probably like that. Okay, so can I do... I'm just curious. Mesh tools, radial way, twist, taper, add modifier, array version 2. Okay, so that works. Can we not do... How do we change the settings? Okay, there's one. Okay, go to next array. Add new array. There we go. That's what I wanted. That's cool. Okay, so that's really neat. So K, array. So the first one determines where this is, so we just got to kind of line it up right. And then we can add a new array, and then we go this way. Cool. Now we've got 4 screws. What else do we want? So this is some kind of, I don't know if any of these matter. No. I really like this one, but I'm not sure exactly where I'd want to put it. I feel like that we're such a small, like a little bit of detail. Like let's say if you want like this, something like that, this might be tough. So get this like that, and then rotation. This is where it really has to be. D, reapply. Really has to be right on the middle point. Okay, and then array 2. Okay, array 2. So again, just sort of say to there, and then add a new array. Oh no, we want to go, so we want to change the axis. Oops. Okay. Okay. Array. Okay. K array. So then new array, toggle axis. Huh. Oh, shoot. Okay. I think this will do it. Okay, just an experiment. Let's see. I don't think it adds anything. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I should go too much further on this thing, honestly. Maybe we just make the middle. Oh, Thank God for autosave. Okay, I'll take a quick 5 minutes and be right back. Well, I coughed into the mic and then muted it when I said excuse me. Brilliant. Okay, I've been just like kind of stupidly, just obsessing over something I shouldn't be obsessing over. What else is new? I just have one little thing to do, which I just need to add a glow to this. Make sure I get this. I think we got it all. It's good. I think that's it. Let's try that. Oh, one more. Oops. There we go. No. Okay. I think this is going to work. Okay. Actually, we'll change this to like a green. Okay. So, sorry, I can't help myself. What is these things? Examples. I wish I had done. I wish I'd done more of these. Hold on. I wonder if I do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think that's what I want. There we go. Yeah, basically this thing is just set up. I mean, it's very simple. I'd love to add some detail to this, although I lost one of these other ones somewhere. Yeah, and I'm gonna, so how I can find this. Shit. Yeah, these guys. Where are these guys? Oh, here they are. Oh, where these things went. Weird. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I obviously would love to have like more detail on this thing, but I think this is exactly like what I want. Test tube, binary decoder, kind of like a little thing that would read it, and then just some basic detail. I think it's pretty simple. And then I say, oh yeah, Matt, okay, you're done. And then and then I'm like, oh, but it would look really cool. And then I just kind of mess around like this. And I changed something. Why that didn't change. There's an interesting little pattern here. I don't know if I screwed that up somehow, I think. I like this idea. I just don't know if I really. It's so annoying because it looks. Okay, there we go. That looks better. I mean, it may still be like a little bit weird, but I think with that reflection and stuff, this looks pretty good. Okay, done. Jeez, man. Okay, so let's bring back everything. So this is what it looks like. Okay, so yeah, we've got the decoder here. I think it should all be connected. Yep, and it should be on the right pivot. No, it's not. So we just want to change quickly the origin of this, and we want to bring it on the X. Oh, nope. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there we go. I think that should do it. So what we just did was we're just putting the pivot point at the end. And then if we turn this off, what should happen is now we should be able to rotate the whole thing up. Right? I don't know what that is underneath, but I'm not too worried. It looks kind of cool, whatever it is. Can't remember what that was, to be honest. Something I did, I'm sure. But that's okay. For now, it looks fine. So yeah, that's the idea. So for the animation, that will be able to pop up. You'll be able to kind of see that piece pop up from the thing. There we go. Okay. All right, so that part's good. So now let's just double check everything. So that's the CPU. We want the inner shell. Oh, we have to fix, okay, so we have to work on the inner shell. The base is mostly fine. The RTG is good. There's the RTG, that's the power. That's off. That's the outer shell. The inner shell is this. So that's the last thing to do. And then the lid is that. There's the lid. And there's the outer shell. So yeah, I think generally the whole thing is kind of set up. And we just got to get the holographic part set up, and then we'll be ready to animate. Okay, so let's take a peek at this, which shouldn't be too much. That's the glass. I think we just need another loop. To keep the material. Now this is kind of nice because it already has like a bit of a platform for the hologram part. So I think what I'm going to do with this one is, if you kind of look at this, where's my hologram? Yeah, I think we just kind of want like a little glowing deal. So the best way to do this is probably just to grab, it's just to probably hide it again. Grab the power source. Just say, grab all these rings. Okay. And then I think I would just duplicate this, bring it up, separate it, add solidify modifier. And then really, I would just probably take this platform and fill. And then inset, in, and in. And then probably add one more loop cut here. And then I would do add, and we'll just do a new material. We'll call it material emission holographic. And then I don't know if we need to go crazy, but we just want kind of that like nice blue color. Probably saturation. Bring it up to 5. Assign it. This can all be, we don't need the sapphire, I don't think. Although this would be kind of a cool effect. Let's see. Yeah. So it looks cool already because like kind of like a holographic thing. I know I shouldn't do this, guys, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to do this, and now the cool part is these should be all matched. So what you can do is select all. Okay, so watch. So 2 things here, and then select this ring, and then 2 of these. And I think if I select this ring and this ring, and I go mesh bridge edge loops, where would that be? Edge. No, faces. Nope. Mesh. Nope. Can never remember where this is. It's like it's gone. So weird. I don't know where it is. It's like just to switch it over to search. Okay, F3. That's fine. Bridge. Okay, so it's an edge. There we go. So see that now switches to this. And then since we have the material, we can assign it. I think we'd have to do the inside one too. No, it should be all. There we go. This kind of creates a little bit of a glass effect, and I'll just do the same thing across here. So same idea, 2, 2, 2, 2. And then bridge edge loops, assign material here. There we go. Bridge edge loops, assign material. So there it is. Just noticing, yeah, so see that's the, right there, that's the Fresnel. And we can fix this a little bit. So 0.1. Actually, that's not the part. It's probably here. There we go. I think that's probably fine. Okay, so there's our hologram. Kind of see how that works, like that. And then, yeah, so now this thing is Solvault projector. This piece is going to be what does the actual projecting. This looks good. This looks good. And then the metal is there. And if I add the subdivision, it should look all nice, rounded. We can just do a couple edge loops. Probably here. Chance to save. Another one here. And that's probably, yeah, that's probably enough to just give it a little bit of a shape. Glass is a little bit weird because it's sort of, but I think this is fine. You can see kind of the glow of this through, which is nice. Yeah. And then, you know, can go down here or up. And you can kind of see now that glowing. Okay. I like it. So that's the projector. And now we want to do is bring back the inner shell. And we just have to double check materials on this thing. So let's isolate it. Isolate it. So this one's probably okay. So there's a glass part at the bottom, so we're going to fix this quickly. So you just do, so if you get rid of the subdivision, and just kind of bring this up like that, that will give you just fix the glass. Same at the bottom. Okay. This glass looks good up top. We do the same thing up here. I think we just need to assign this to our sapphire. Yeah, that looks fine. And then I guess this one too, probably. No. I don't know why that's doing that. I don't know why that's doing that, to be honest. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I don't think there's much to this. This is pretty simple. Because once that thing is projecting up, this should light up the whole thing. And then the top is, I think, empty. Yeah, because the computer part's in there. And if anything, we could just do... we could just select this face, inset it again, inset it again, inset it again. And we could probably make these the sapphire. There we go. Something like that. Okay, I think we're getting close. So let's save. Let's kind of bring everything back. The key is sort of making sure that all the subdivisions are on, because that'll tell you if there's anything kind of wonky or weird about the model, like this kind of stuff. It just sort of happens oddly sometimes. All right, so you can kind of see any weirdness. That looks pretty good. From a color, oh, we lost, oddly, we lost. This should be, I think it should just be crystal. Yeah. So what is that then? There we go. Cool. Okay, so that's crystal. Looks good. That looks good. Okay, I think that piece is fine. So we can bring this back. I think the base is good. Yeah, base looks good. Projector looks good. This looks good. This looks good. Hide that. This looks fine. Turn on this. That looks fine. The lid looks good. The outer shell, we're going to turn on this. And then that's this part. So now that's there. Inner shell, base, subdivision, inner shell, outer shell thing. Okay. Save it. Quick wash and break, and then I'm going to start to animate. Okay, we're back. The Sony is, man, it's every time there's some issue. It's just frozen. All right, you might have to go without the video because I don't want to try to restart and troubleshoot. So we're just, basically everything's ready now to do some animation. It's going to be interesting to see how this all works. So what I'm going to do is we'll save, this is a brand new one, 3.0 pre-animation. And then what I think I got to do is I think I'm going to have to apply any, so I think all the subdivisions are okay. But I think like any kind of like solidify, I think all the subdivisions we'll do is we might have to turn them off for the render. So it's like all these things is what I'm worried about. These are all the like little graphics and stuff. I feel like with any modifiers, they're going to be a disaster. So we're just going to apply them all. Tractor's good. Outer shell. Is good. We'll get rid of this for now. And then CPU is good. The base is fine. So this is all good. Where are the decals? So these should go in. Hopefully this makes sense. Okay, so this thing, what we want is, we want the CPU. This needs, I guess the Boolean's already applied. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to just try a few things first. So we're going to go to the camera and let's save this as 1.3 animation with modifiers applied. Just going to be very specific because I have to make sure. Okay, so camera, we can bring out to here. And we want to start, so we want to figure out, we need a full empty. So add mesh cube, no, add empty cube, scale it way down. Okay. So basically this cube is going to control controller, and then everything goes into so basically this is what controls the whole thing. So I'll see these like little issues. And just so I don't mess anything up. This is noise for roughness. This is the bump. I don't think we want. That down. Okay, so what we want to do is let's make sure the light is okay. Let's go to the world settings and let's turn on. Okay, we got the lighting. Okay, so timeline. So we're going to go 600 and we're going to go 30 frames a second. Okay, so just like as an example, what I want to do is take this and I want to, okay, so I want to keynote the location and rotation. And then I want to go like 30 seconds up. And I want to go up, rotate, probably this way, and probably like that. Probably like this. And then keynote, keyframe. Why am I saying keyframe? Okay, and then I want to go to like 20. Actually, let's move this to maybe 40. And I want to go to like 30. And I want to just keyframe where it is. And then I want to move this to 20. So the idea is like it'll go fast and then slow down. So it kind of looks like it's floating. Okay? That's sort of the basic idea. Now, I just noticed the lighting again. So let's bring this to shader. And let's take a quick peek again. That's what's going on with the light. So this is the titanium shell. Is it this? It's not the, okay, so it might be this. So let's maybe try this here. So now, so what is that lighting? It's not this. It's just where the light is. Interesting. So I'm just kind of looking. Okay, so that roughness will do it, but let's figure out with the light. Strictly overhead. Camera's there, so this is towards the camera. Side, side. I kind of like it straight overhead. Okay, so let's go back to this and let's just see. So the surface is this. No problem. Okay, let's leave it as is. So basically, from an animation standpoint, let's play it. So it comes up, and then what I want to do is go to again this guy, and then okay. So, couple things. When this comes up, the rotation, the Z rotation, see how it starts to go? I want the Z rotation to go, like, continue to probably here. Okay, and then the Z rotation to be consistent. So it was starting at 0, so we'll probably have it to like, oh, it'd be cool if it could rotate. Oh, I wonder, can you do that? Can you rotate it on the local? No. Yeah, like that, right? I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, so not really. Let's just try that again. So what we want is at 40, we want the location to go up like that. Probably right dead center. And then we want, I think, the X. And the Y. Let's try that. And then at 30, we'll do this. But then we'll go at here. We'll rotate. Can we just keyframe I? Can we just keyframe? I think it's not going to work. Yeah. Yeah, because it can't, to rotate it on the actual X, it's got to rotate it on all of it. So really, we would need this and this. So this part's easy. And then we can just, you go to 30, and then just bring this in, and bring this over to 20. So it comes up quick and kind of floats. And then, but it's that rotation. So at this spot right here, maybe it could start. Let's try this. So from here to here, okay, let's see. No, it doesn't like that. It kind of worked. It kind of works. So it has like a bit of a delay. So let me do this. Let's go to 140. Let's rotate it the other way. So, okay, one more thing. So on the ground, rotate it to start with here. Okay. I got it. At 40, you're going to go up. Let's try that. Go to 30. I. Spread this out. Okay. Then at 120, take this and rotate it this way to tell the story. It does not like that. I have to think about that. Okay, so let's try like an explode. So from here, let's try for fun. Let's go this down. I think it's gonna, okay, yeah, so back to 1. We need to apply location for all the products. So the base, the shell, the CPU, this thing, the outer shell, the lid, the projector, and the RTG. Those are the main points. So then when it comes up here at like 40, copy. It's kind of annoying. So view, I think if we grab all these markers, is there a way to collapse all these? Yeah. Right, so I think if we grab all the markers and duplicate them, no, this, okay, hold on. This does not need to be here. Okay, so the controller, this one, but not the controller. Okay, so if we copy these and bring them here, nothing should happen. But then if we go to like 100 and we do the base down to basically here and keyframe, this down to here, keyframe, the shell up to here, keyframe, keyframe, and then at the same time, so that should now, nice. Okay, so now at 40, take the camera, keyframe it. Let's just do it with focal length. So we can try focal length here, and then by 100, we bring it out. No. Keep it at 250. At here, we're going to do position. So its location, and by 100, it's going to be, no, it's going to be back and up. We'll try it like this first to see what it does, and then keyframe it. So now it should look like this, up. There we go. That's cool. So I think that's fine. That's fine. So it's just going to open up. And then I would say at 100, you know, we could even go probably even higher. Keyframe. No. Actually, this one's probably fine. Probably I, and then I forgot this thing. Right, so something went wrong there, but all right, because this needs to be CPU keyframe to 100. Keyframe. So back, play. And I would say, I mean, it would be nice if, like I would probably even want to zoom it out more and separate this and this. And then also there's the projector, which at 40 should be keyframed. And then at 100, it should drop. So let's say this is up here, keyframe. This is, well, let's bring this one 40. Keyframe. And then 100. Let's bring this thing up like that. So let's go maybe here. Keyframe. I don't know what that is. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to mess it up, but that. The shell can be here, and then this can be up. I mean, it could even go more, right? Because if you go with the camera, we can even bring the camera back and up and keyframe that. I almost want this above and this to separate. I like that idea. Okay, but let's just get this. So we'll go 40 and we'll keyframe the lid, and then 100 and bring the lid up like that, keyframe it. And then this can go up like this and keyframe. This can go up here. Oh. Keyframe. It's a little bit confusing because if I lost the, oh, hey, Biositch. I mean, it depends. Like, I think you can do, if you know Fortnite, you can do a lot in UEFN. But when you want to get into like really making environments and really lighting and doing things the proper way, then you really need to know a bit about Unreal Engine. And then to really like understand Unreal Engine, you kind of have to know a bit about, just general 3D modeling, lighting, that kind of thing. So it kind of depends. It's definitely not easy, but it's doable. Are you thinking of making something in UEFN? I've been streaming a lot of UEFN previously. Right now I'm not. But yeah, I feel like that would be a lot of fun. I might do some at some point this month. I've actually got to run, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to just get these lined up. But I mean, I know exactly here what I want to do. And it's be something like that, and then the camera is going to go like show the individual components with some callouts. So let me save it. I'll close it up. Shoot me a note, Biositch, if you follow, or drop me a note on Discord or on Twitter or Instagram. I'm happy to kind of answer your questions about UEFN and help you out where I can. Unfortunately, got to run. I've got a commitment, but I'll be back here tonight, probably in a couple hours. So maybe if you want to tune in, feel free to ask any questions or just send me a message. And yeah, we'll talk UEFN. Okay, got to kill the stream, but I'll be back, guys. So have a good one. And yeah, connect with me. Look at my links and just like send me a message somewhere, and we can go through it at some point, and I'll help you out. I think it'd be super cool.